Got it. No, we're in the library.
Check your volume. See, you can adjust it there.
Right here.
Does it say volume?
It's a speaker.
Yeah. Oh, it's 100. That's gonna be loud. Put it on
Okay.
50. Yeah, that should be good. Now see, you can hit that mute button.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here. I just can't figure out how to cover off my camera. 1 second. Come in. I did something like this before, but oh, that's why it worked. Okay. All right. I know law, not computers. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an arraignment calendar and a jail calendar. I'm going to read the jail calendar first. If you have an individual who's in the jail and you're representing them, I'll expect to hear an announcement. If you need a breakout room, we can do that. And then once I call the jail calendar, I can address the arraignment calendar. If there aren't any commonalities, meaning if there's some people who can handle outside of the jail, then I'll set up the breakout rooms for individuals to speak to their clients in the jail. All right, this is November 22nd, 2022. I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward, and this is Clayton County, Georgia, and this is courtroom 304. The first person on the jail arraignment calendar is Corey Alexander Cantrell. Corey Alexander Cantrell.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm representing Mr. Cantrell. He's going to plead nolo, but I do need to speak with him in the breakout room.
All right.
Yeah, Mr. Cottrell is still in Judge Mack's courtroom currently.
Okay. Deputy, what calendar does Judge Mack have? Just so I can gauge. Because he starts at 8.
She did.
Is it Corey Gabriel?
Yes.
Oh, let me find out.
Give me 2 seconds.
Okay.
I'm looking for you.
I'll hold him to the end, on the hopes that Judge Mack will have him back.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll let you know. I'll notify you when I'll send you a chat when he gets out here.
All right, thank you. Susan Bobo Crankshaw.
I'll need to speak with her, but that's going to be guilty, Your Honor.
Benjamin Ellison Jr. This is a petition.
On that one, I need to speak with him again for the other case that he has.
All right, and for the theft case that follows. Okay, so the petition and the theft. Dara Cherie Gibbs. This is also a petition, it appears.
That's correct.
I spoke with her last night. I do want to speak to her one more time.
All right. Ade Gerard Eisen.
I believe he's out, Your Honor.
Okay. Can we confirm at some point that Eisen is out to bond?
He's out on loan, so we have, Your Honor, not that he's out on bond, he's with another agency.
Okay, no problem. Pacheco, Arturo, Arturo Juarez Pacheco.
He needs an interpreter, but I do believe he wants to plead Nolo, but he needs an interpreter.
All right.
Miss Ager is another court judge, so she'll be available soon as she finished with the morning court that she was in.
Okay, thank you. Soraya Nicole Lane.
Good morning, Judge. That defendant is OTB on November 19th, 2022.
All right, thank you. All right. Alexis Terrell Langford. That's a petition.
Yes, Your Honor, that's my client, and he's going to stipulate and agree to the technicals.
Okay. Matthew McElvey.
Stipulate and yes, Your Honor. Stipulate and agree to the technicals.
Jonathan Navarro Minahar.
Your Honor, he's going to plead guilty.
Does he need an interpreter also?
No, Your Honor, he understands English.
Anthony Pendleton.
Your Honor, I need a breakout room with Pendleton.
Gregory Rice.
That's going to be a guilty to count 1 and counts 2 to 4 will merge.
Christopher Singleton.
Your Honor, I would like to speak to the state briefly on this case.
Roderick Neal Spurgeon.
Your Honor, I'll need a breakout room for Spurgeon.
Theas Word. So the update on Mr. Word is he's been released from the hospital. I think I sent an email and I told him to, I told Miss Menard to check with him to establish a date for him to appear. Mr. Word was the individual who had a medical issue and needed to be transported to the hospital.
Yes, he reported yesterday, Your Honor, and I saw him. So he's good to go. He's in good standings right now. He has some more medical things he has to take care of, but I'll update you once we get updated on that.
All right. So Judge Mack has given me Cantrell. So I'm going to go ahead and set up the breakout room so you all can speak, but let's give priority to Ms. Hahn and her ability to speak to Mr. Cantrell so that I can get him back to Judge Mack. That was incredibly gracious of him and he didn't have to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. All right, so I'm going to set up the breakout room and then I'll read the calendar. Ms. Ballard, is there anybody in there on the arraignment calendar who might be in jail? We don't have anybody like that, do we?
No, I think they all are on the Zoom, Judge.
Okay, cool. And then we can just go ahead and set this up so you all can come in and out as you need. All right, so I have Mr. Mohammed Kamani, Ms. Chelsea Hahn, the jail are in breakout room number 1. Did I miss anybody? And once Ms. Bermudez is available, I'll put her in also. But please give priority to Mr. Cantrell. All right.
Your Honor, before I go to the jail, can
Yes.
I have a breakout room at the state?
Okay, who from the state is Ms. Janvier? Are you by yourself today?
No, Mr. Taylor is in with me as well.
Okay, so who's on your case, Mr. Kamani?
Singleton?
That's me, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Taylor will go with me. He'll stay out with the arraignment calendar, and then Ms. Janvier will come out when she's done. So Ms. Janvier and Mr. Kamani will be in breakout room number 2. All right, now the arraignment calendar. Paris Jones. Paris Jones. Last call for Paris Jones. All right. Any announcement from the state?
Your Honor, I believe Ms. Jones is already on a bench warrant.
Okay.
So.
All right.
She was supposed to appear, Judge, today, but if she's not here, the bench warrant just stay active.
All right. Marquesha Monet Sr. Miss Senior is on the video. Miss Senior, I can see you, but I can't hear you. You have to unmute for me, okay? Okay, I see that you said you're trying. Oh, I'm getting good at reading lips. What you need to do is touch your screen. Okay, do you see something that looks like an old-fashioned microphone? At the bottom or the top? Oh, there you are. Okay, good. Thank you. All right. So, Ms. Senior, you're charged with driving on a suspended or revoked license. I don't see that you have any attorney representing you. And this is case 2021 CR 01739. Now, I do need to tell you that a suspended or revoked license could result in a further suspension of your license unless you're eligible to use a NOLO plea. You can only use a NOLO plea for this particular offense once every 5 years, but I'm not sure if you're NOLO eligible, but we can check that, okay?
Okay.
All right. Did you wish to have an attorney represent you, or do you wish to represent yourself?
I guess represent myself. I wanted to talk to the solicitor.
Okay.
Is that?
So no, hold on. Are you over the age of 21?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So 1 second, and I will set up a breakout room for you to speak with one of the solicitors in your case, and then we'll go ahead and see what you wish to do. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Ronald Dale Triplett is next. Ronald Dale Triplett. Is Mr. Triplett here? Yes, Mr. Triplett is here.
Your Honor, I'm representing Mr. Triplett. We filed for a mental health evaluation, and it's still pending. So
we haven't had one previously.
Doesn't look like it. According to our notes, I don't see any. I see where it was filed back in. I see one was filed in September.
Okay, so for Mr. Triplett, we're gonna put him on an abeyance until we receive the mental health evaluation. Because he has to travel here with the assistance of other individuals. And I feel like I'm, putting them in a situation where they have to keep coming back and we're not moving forward. So we'll keep him off of a calendar until such time as we get the mental health evaluation back. Okay?
Thank you. And Mr. Triplett, I think it's your son, or I can give you a call after court.
So Mr. Triplett, I'm going to wait until I get that information before we move forward. So I'm going to stop pulling you in here every month for a status check. And we're just going to wait until we get that information back, and then we'll set up a hearing. Okay?
Sounds great.
All right. Thank you, sir. Have a great holiday.
All right, you too.
Click on it.
Jose Andres Valdez. Jose Andres Valdez.
Your Honor, I represent Mr. Valdez. He's online.
Okay.
And I would like a breakout room with the solicitor, Miss Janvier, before knowing how to enter a plea today.
All right. All right, as soon as I get Ms. Janvier out of the breakout room with Mr. Kamani, then I'll put you in a breakout room with her, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, Your Honor.
And that is the last of the arraignment calendar. All right, so Ms. Hahn.
Yes, Mr. Cantrell, he's wanting to enter a plea of nolo.
Okay. If we can you go into the jail and can you get them to come back just so we can take his plea and I can release him back to Judge Mack?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, and there's someone here with an iPhone designation. I'm not sure who that is, but I want to make sure we're assisting you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, are you here for your case or just observing for someone else's case?
A case for Gregory Rice.
Did I call Mr. Rice?
Yes, ma'am.
I did. He's okay. So Mr. Rice is on the calendar and he'll be entering a plea. But if you'll just hold tight, we'll get to Mr. Rice as quickly as we can, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Taylor, do you have Miss Senior's case or does Miss Janvier?
Let me double check. I have it now, Your Honor.
All right, so Miss Senior, I can put you in a breakout room with Mr. Taylor. I'm going to put you all in breakout room number 4.
Thank you.
All right, and for the jail, I just need to see video. Let's get Mr. Cantrell. We'll go ahead and do his plea at this time.
They weren't in the breakout rooms. I think they're...
There they are. So, Mr. Cantrell, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
You can put your hand down, sir. So, one second, Mr. Cantrell. So, Mr. Cantrell, you're before the court on case 2022 CR 05876. Corey Alexander Cantrell, obstruction of a law officer, count 1, driving on a suspended or revoked license, count 2, no license, count 3. I have knowingly drive and it cuts off, count 4. So you all will fill me in as to what that is. Leaving the scene, count 5, and failure to yield the right of way, count 6. So count 4, Ms. Janvier, can you enlighten me?
I'm sorry, for which case, Your Honor?
Cantrell.
I believe that was, I don't have the file. That's definitely Mr. Taylor. But you say count 4. Yeah, I don't know. It says no. I don't have the file, Your Honor.
All right.
Is Mr. Taylor in the breakout?
Yep, he's in a breakout. Up that one, didn't I? All righty. He'll be back in a moment. Ms. Janvier, are you on Rice?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's can we hold Cantrell for a moment until that solicitor gets out of the breakout room? And can we do Rice?
You want to do who, girl?
Rice.
Hey, you sit down.
I'm
Rice,
sorry, Dunbar.
Rice.
I know I'm throwing you some curveballs, but I'm trying to be efficient and I goofed. Mr. Rice, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true. Okay, so Gregory Bryant Rice, you're before the court for battery family violence, count 1, battery count 2, simple battery family violence, count 3, and simple battery count 4. Mr. Kamani, are you there?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yes.
Oh, that's okay. All right. And so you're represented by Mr. Muhammad Kamani of the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis by entering a plea of guilty to count 1, counts 2, 3, and 4 merge. You give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir? All right. Factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On September 18, 2002, an officer responded to 7344 Camelot Court, Riverdale, Georgia, in Clayton County, in reference to a domestic disturbance. At that time, the officer made contact with the victim, Kennedy Sims. The victim has said that her and her husband got into a verbal altercation. And then the officer at that time observed her to have bruising under her left and right eye, along with additional bruising on her neck, right arm, lower chin, and torso. So the victim said that he was punching, actually Mr. Rice advised to punch the victim and choking her, which caused the injuries. Of course, at that time, Mr. Rice was taken into custody. The state is recommending 12 months probation, $300 fine, 40 hours of community service, family violence intervention program, no contact with the victim, count 2, 3, and 4 would merge. Your Honor, I do believe that the victim is on the call.
Yes.
And wishes to speak.
Yes, I am.
All right, Ms. Sims, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me what you need me to hear.
First off, I would like to deny that I was harmed or touched by Gregory Rice. When the police arrived, I told them that it was a verbal argument, and they asked to take pictures of my face, and they asked, did the bruises come from him? The bruises did not come from him. They wasn't even fresh. I had a fight before, and I had a gash under my eye, and I was already in an altercation, and that's why I had the bruises, but it did not come from Mr. Rice at all.
Okay, so Miss Sims, so
Yes,
let me just clarify a few things because I'm old. I got to go slow. So you
Yes,
and
ma'am.
Mr. Rice are legally married.
We're married Islamically.
Are y'all Muslim?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I don't know too many couples who are Orthodox who fight each other or who get in fights. Like, I've never seen a Muslim woman knuckle up.
No, ma'am, we don't.
And
do
I
that.
have a undergraduate degree in international in Arabic studies from Georgetown University. So yeah, I'm not just saying from observation, like I've studied.
Yes,
so okay. All right. So how did Mr. Rice get the scratches and bruises around his eye? I'm looking at him. He's got scratches and bruises all around his eye. Is that a birthmark? Right there on the side of your face.
Right now?
Yeah, Dunbar, you see something around his eye, or is that something I'm just seeing?
He got tattoos on his face, Your Honor.
Oh,
I was about to, yeah, I don't.
All right. Well, I'm trying to figure it. Like I said, I go slow. I'm trying to figure it
Yes,
out.
ma'am.
So,
Understandable.
Miss Miss Sims. So when the police came up, you told them all this, that nothing happened, that these bruises were old?
Yes, ma'am. I had a fight like the week before, and there was just still on me. I was still in the process of healing. Like I still have the gash under my eye, and I was letting them know that he didn't put any hands on me. It was
Who called the police?
I think Odell, that's what the police said, because he came out and was talking to them.
So this was like a neighbor?
No, I live in a pad split. It's a rumor house. So it was a roommate, ma'am.
Does Mr. Rice live with you?
No, he's not able to. I lost 2 keys because of that.
Okay. It's an interesting situation. All right. So, Mr. Kamani, anything on behalf of Mr. Rice?
Your Honor, if we can change the no contact to no violent or harassing contact, the alleged victim wants to have contact.
I would also like to say something.
Hold on,
Yes,
ma'am. Miss John VA.
If Miss Sims wishes to have contact with Mr. Rice, I'm not going to object.
All right. So let me ask you, Miss Sims, do y'all have children?
No, ma'am, we don't.
Whew. All right. So, Miss Sims, you seem to be one of those people who's like, about it. You ain't afraid to knuckle up, because you just told me about a whole altercation you had, including bruises and stuff. Ain't nobody scratching up my face at this point in my life. In fact, when I was young, nobody was gonna scratch up my face. I'm calling the police. You're not gonna scratch up my face. So what kind of conflict resolution do you all use when y'all have an argument? Like, does somebody walk away, or how
yes,
y'all
ma'am.
resolve that?
If we were to argue, he would walk away, or sometimes we resort in prayer to save our marriage or save how we act towards each other.
How old are you?
I am 20 years old.
Oh Lord. How old are you, Mr. Rice?
No. Oh, sorry. I'm 25 now.
Okay. All right. All right. So, Mr. Rice, I'm going to accept your plea of guilty to count 1. Counts 2 through 4 will merge. I'll sentence you to 12 months probation, a fine in the amount of $300. That's going to be $444 with the surcharges. You'll do 40 hours of community service and a family violence intervention program, which will hopefully give you some tools for conflict resolution, so that nobody has to call the police, whether it's you all or whether it's a neighbor or a border neighbor. And you're to have no violent or harassing contact with Ms. Sims. So Ms. Sims has represented to the court that she is not afraid of you, that the bruises that she suffered did not come from you. So the court will allow no violent or harassing contact. Okay. All right.
Question?
Yes, sir.
So are you saying I can still have contact as long as like not violent or harassing or anything like that?
That's exactly what I'm saying, sir.
Oh, okay.
You can have contact as long as I don't have to get involved, or the police don't have to get involved, and it's not harassing or violent on either side.
Okay, and I have one more question for you. Am I allowed to pay off all my fines at one time? Like, once I see probation, am I able to pay it all off?
You may pay them off at the beginning, you may pay them off at the end. The thing that's going to take some time is the family violence intervention program. That class takes a while, but you can pay the fines and fees whenever you want to, as long as you pay them before the end of the 12-month probation. Okay.
I have one more question, ma'am, before you go. I know you have a lot of people. I have one more question.
Sure.
I know that even though we're married and stuff, I was trying to see if we're like, is it possible that we could, take classes together, or is that not possible? 'Cause I think that would be great.
We don't order classes together in these types of situations. That's just a policy that we have as judges. However, if you want to seek counseling either through your imam, through your mosque, or through a counselor who's secular, meaning not connected to a religion, you may do that, because I've ordered no violent or harassing contact. And I would actually suggest it because marriage is a long road. And so if y'all young and, getting into arguments that end up with y'all being separated from each other, the point of marriage is it's supposed to make you stand together against those things that come from the outside to challenge you, not to make you turn on each other. And so sometimes it takes someone else to kind of point out some tools and techniques to allow you to stand together and to not have conflict with each other, because there's always going to be issues. Money's always going to be an issue. Jobs are going to come and go, things like that. So stressors are always going to come from outside the marriage. The marriage itself should not be a stressor. Okay. All right. So that would be a very mature decision for y'all to seek some counseling. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Especially before any kids get involved in this relationship. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, Mr. Rice, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. She's our probation expert. And once you have had the opportunity to speak with her, then you can go back with the sheriff's office and then they'll talk about your release. Okay. All right. I'll put you in breakout room number 6 with Mrs. Thomas. All right. So,
thank you. Am I done here?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, Miss Sims. You are. Thank you.
Okay, you too. And happy holidays.
All right. You too, Miss Sims.
All right.
All right. So Mr. Johnson wishes to speak with Miss Janvier. I got that right.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Janvier, Mr. Monty, did you have an announcement? Did you just need to go into the breakout room when the jail comes back?
I need to go to the gym in the breakout room.
No problem. As soon as they're back, Mr. Johnson, I'll put you in breakout room number 3 with Ms. Janvier, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. All right, I'll be right back. Mr. Taylor, Ms. Senior, did you all have an announcement?
Yes, Your
I'm
Honor.
here.
Mr. Taylor?
There we go. Ms. Senior is going to enter a no-low plea.
All right, Ms. Senior, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly, that's the other hand, you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
All right, so you can put your hand down. By entering a plea of nolo, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. You're before the court on case 2021 CR 01739 for driving on a suspended or revoked license by entering, and you've entered the plea of nolo. Does the state have a recommendation?
Yes, Your Honor, that will be a $500 fine, 12 months to serve 2 days, credit for 2 days time served, the balance suspended.
And Ms. Senior, the $500 fine is going to be $737.50 with the surcharges. Do you need more than 60 days in which to pay that?
No, I could pay that in 60 days.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is ask you to, do you know how to use the chat function on Zoom?
You could tell me.
Okay, so I'm going to send you a chat. It's going to say test. When you get it, you let me know because it should pop up as a little red number or letter next to a box.
Okay.
Okay, so 1 second. All right, let's see if this works. Did you see something?
I got it.
Okay, click on that. When you open it, you should see something in blue, like a name in blue should be Judge Hayward in blue. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, click on that and a list will come down. I need you to send your email address to Miss Brenda Castaneda.
Hold on, Brenda. Okay.
All right, so when you click on Brenda and her name goes blue, then the box, in that box, type your email address. Make sure you check it twice to make sure all the numbers and letters are in the right place and send that to her.
Okay.
I'm back for the breakout room, area. Thank you, Mrs. Thomas. Sure. All right, so Miss Senior, were you able to send that?
Yes.
Okay, now you're gonna get in a day or so, you're gonna get your sentencing sheet. It's gonna tell you the date that you need to produce, that you need to pay. You don't have to do it all at once. And also it will give you information about how to pay online or by phone, but it all has to be paid by the 60th day, okay?
Okay.
All right, did you have any
That's fine.
questions for me?
Yes, I just wanted to know, would this person to be able to give me the recall of the warrant?
Oh, sure. You've appeared, so that warrant should, but I'll get a bench warrant set aside and I'll sign that, okay?
Thank you.
So
Because I just need proof for my job.
You need what?
I need proof for my job that it's clear, that the warrant is clear. Yeah.
Okay, Your Honor, I've prepared that bench warrant set aside and I'll have that sent over to you immediately.
Okay, so Mr. Taylor, just make sure when you do it, put Miss Brenda on the email so that when I reply all, she'll get it and she can send it out to Miss Senior.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, Miss Senior, we'll get that out to you by the email address that you left with Miss Brenda, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Appreciate it, everybody.
All right. Have a great holiday.
You too. Enjoy your Thanksgiving.
Okay. All right. So Cantrell, so let's bring him back up so we can get his case taken care of, and then we can send him back to Judge Mack. All right. So Mr. Cantrell, you're before the court on 2022 CR 05876. I swore you in before Mr. Taylor came back out of the breakout room. You're before the court for obstructing a law officer, like driving on a suspended or revoked license, no license, and knowingly drive. Mr. Taylor, what's the number 4? What's that mean? All I have is knowingly drive.
Oh, no insurance, Your Honor.
Oh, knowingly drive with no insurance. And it's strange how it always appears differently on my calendar. Leaving the scene, count 5, and failure to yield the right of way, count 6. Mr. This is Mr. Kamal. Oh no, Ms. Hahn, how does your client plead to the offenses before the court?
Nolo, Your Honor.
Is he pleading nolo to all of them or just one?
Should be all of them.
Okay, so by pleading nolo to counts 1 through 6, sir, You give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, Mr. Cantrell?
Yes, Mom.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On February 4th of 2022, officers were attending to a vehicle accident on Interstate 285 in Clayton County. While working the accident, the defendant was driving a vehicle that actually ran into the back of the attending officer's vehicle. The defendant exited his car and ran away from the car. Officers on the scene and gave a verbal command to stop. However, the defendant kept running. Upon further investigation, they learned that Mr. Cantrell was the driver of the car, that his license had been suspended since April 4th of 2021, and the vehicle that Mr. Cantrell was driving belonged to a Mrs. Johnny Tate, like Janisha Tate, and they learned also that the vehicle didn't have any current insurance on it at the time. To count one of obstruction of an officer, the sentence recommendation is 12 months to serve 10 days, a $300 fine, and balance probated credit for time served. Count two, driving with a suspended license, a $500 fine, 12 months to serve 2 days, credit for time served, balance probated, concurrent with count one. Count four, knowingly operating an insurance with no insurance, operating a vehicle with no insurance, $200 fine. Count five, leaving the scene of an accident, a $300 fine, 12 months to serve 10 days, balance probated to run concurrent with counts one and two. And count six is no process, Your Honor.
All right, so go back to count. So I have for count two, 12 months to serve 2 days, balance probated to pay a fine in the amount of $500. What was count three for me?
Count three is no license, and count three is no license since we're going forward with count two, suspended license.
Okay, did we no cross count three?
We are no crossing count three, Your Honor. I don't believe.
Oh, okay. I thought I missed a recommendation. Missed the no cross. Okay, so I have count one, sir, 12 months to serve 10 days, credit for time served. Balance will be probated to pay a fine in the amount of $300. That fine is going to be $444 with the surcharges, and you'll receive credit for time served. The count two, 12 months to serve 2 days, credit for time served. Balance probated to run concurrent with count one, and that's a $500 fine. That's going to be $737.50 with the surcharges. Count three will be no prost. Count four is a $200 fine to run concurrent, 12 months to run concurrent, probation to run concurrent with count one. I'm sorry, and that'll be $298 with the surcharges. And count five is 12 months to serve 10 days, credit for time served, balance probated to pay a fine in the amount of $300, and that will be $444 with the surcharges. And count six will be no price. Now, this is the question, Ms. Hahn, does your client need more than 12 months to pay? Because we can run some of these consecutive, and then once he's paid fines and fees completely, then it will terminate.
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Okay, so Mr. Cantrell, please understand, sir, if you're driving someone else's car, it needs to be street legal. It needs to have everything required to operate a vehicle legally on the roads of the state of Georgia. But if you get stopped or something happens, then fleeing is not your best option, because by then your car's been seen. There's going to be more consequences for what you've done. An accident is an accident, but fleeing, that just ramps it up to a whole other level, and it could have turned out really, really bad for you. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
How old are you, sir? And whose car is this?
My fiance.
All right. So we clear now that we got to make better choices.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Yes.
Because I don't know where you thought you were going. Even if the police didn't catch you right then, there's cameras everywhere. People saw the car. You hit a police car. Really?
I understand that.
I want you to be safe, and that was not a safe action. You hit a police car, which could have been taken way differently than a car accident. It could have been seen as intentional. So what I want you to do is operate in a way that keeps you safe. Don't make dumb decisions, okay? I'm fussing at you, but somebody got to. All right. So, sir, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. Mrs. Thomas is our probation expert. She's going to explain everything you need to know about probation. Ask her questions that you need specific answers to. The quickest way to get rearrested and to show up before me again is to not show up for report for probation. So that's your number one priority. You hear me?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. And once you speak to her, then you'll go back with the sheriff's office. All right, Dunbar, thank you. All righty. And then you can send him back to Mac. Okay. All right. So once the jail comes back, then we'll go ahead and handle that. Mr. Johnson, Ms. Janvier, did you all have an announcement?
Yes, Your Honor. We have a negotiated plea and would like to enter that today, but I need the paperwork to sign up.
No, you're good.
Okay.
All right. So I just need to see you.
Oh, I understand.
That's okay, Mr. Johnson.
Here we are.
All right. So, Mr. Valdez, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true? You got to unmute for me. There you go.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can put your hand down, sir. You're before the court on 2020 CR 202469 for Jose Andres Valdez. Mr. Dennis Johnson is your attorney, and he's here with you on the call. You're charged with count 1, driving under the influence, and count 3, seatbelt violation. How does your client plead to the offenses before the court, Mr. Johnson?
Your Honor, he's pleading to a reduced charge of reckless, no contest.
So that'll be count 4, Ms. Janvier?
Yes, and that's supposed to be a guilty plea, Your Honor, for the reckless.
Oh, I'm sorry. We talked only about a guilty?
That is correct.
My apologies.
Okay.
All right. So the DUI and the seatbelt violation?
So it should just be, Your Honor, the seatbelt violation and the reckless.
All right.
That's been added.
Okay. So, Mr. Valdez, the count 1, the DUI will be no pros. Count 3, the seatbelt violation will be a guilty plea, and count 4, the reckless driving, will be a guilty plea per the amended accusation agreement between the attorneys. By entering these pleas, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On January 7th of 2019, while an officer was on patrol of Terra Boulevard and Terra Boulevard and Mount Zion Road in Clayton County, he observed Mr. Valdez driving a white Pontiac G6, not wearing his seatbelt. Once he made contact with Mr. Valdez, he advised that he had a strong smell of marijuana emitting from the vehicle, He did inquire if he had smoked previously. Mr. Valdez said that he had. At that point, the officer conducted an investigation where he determined that, he administered HTN. 4 of the 6 were observed. He also administered the walk and turn. 4 of the 8 were observed. On the one leg stand, he did put his foot down. And on the Rumberg test, it was 13 of 30 seconds, where he noticed eyelid tremors in both eyes. Your Honor, the state is recommending for the reckless, Your Honor, 12 months to serve 1 day, credit for time served, drug and alcohol evaluation and follow-up treatment, risk reduction program, 40 hours of community service, no drugs or alcohol, random screening and testing, and $500 fine. For the seatbelt violation, a $15 fine, Your Honor.
I'm back from the breakout room, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, anything on behalf of your client, Mr. Johnson?
No, Your Honor, that's the agreement. I asked the court to accept it.
All right, so count 3, sir, I'll sentence you to pay a fine in the amount of $15. That's 1-5. There's no surcharges with that amount. And I'll run that concurrent with count 4. For that, it's 12 months to serve 1 day, credit for time served. Balance will be probated for you to take a substance abuse evaluation, and any treatment that might be ordered, you're to take a risk reduction course, to have no alcohol or illicit drugs during the course of your probation, and you're subject to screening, random screens for alcohol and drugs. You're to do 40 hours of community service, $500 fine, which is going to be $737.50 with the surcharges. Now, this is the season, so there shouldn't be a hard time finding places to do community service. Just make sure that they're in line with the guidelines for probation. And sir, how old are you, Mr. Valdez?
24.
All right. So, sir, so many people don't make it to their 30s, and those are the glory years. Trust me, I've lived them. What I need you to do is think safely, okay? There's no need to, hotbox it in the car because you got a house you can do that in if you were so inclined to do so. I am not advising that you do that, but what I'm saying is make better choices, because what you do out on these roads affects other people. And too many times, especially during the holidays, people lose lives because of horrible decisions made by others, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. She's going to explain everything that you're going to need to know about probation. If you have anything that is specific to your situation, work, travel, where you live, how you're going to get places, ask her so that she can assist you with making sure that you successfully complete probation. The quickest way to get rearrested is to not report, so make sure you report as directed. We clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor.
Mr. Johnson.
I asked, could this probation go non-reporting after 6 months?
I got it. On the laptop,
Okay. All right. I generally don't do that. He can check in after 6 months, and if he's been consistent and done what he needs to do, then I'll run it up the flagpole and see if that's something that we would allow.
Yes, Your Honor. Have a good Thanksgiving.
All right. So you wouldn't have to come in and have a hearing or anything. I'll probably just send you an email.
Yes, Judge.
All right. Thank you, sir. Have a great Thanksgiving. Mr. Valdez, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. And once you leave that breakout room, you do not have to come back here to the main courtroom. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. 1 second. I had you a second ago. There we go. All righty. 1 moment. All right. Okay, so I think we need to. All right, so the jail is back. Breakout room is set up for. I'm going to put the jail back into breakout room number 1. Ms. Hahn and Mr. Kamani, I'm moving you to breakout room number 1 because I know that there were still people that you needed to speak with. And we have finished the arraignment calendar. Now it's just the jail calendar. So once you all have announcements, then we'll go ahead and do everyone's cases, okay? Any questions before I go silent? Okay. See y'all in a minute when you come out of the breakout.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm back from the breakout room, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mrs. Thomas. Everybody is in the breakout room with the jail.
Hello.
One moment, sir. All of the individuals are, all of the attorneys are still in the breakout room. So they're going to make some announcements in a moment and we'll be able to assist you, okay? Are you Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, 1 second.
Okay, appreciate it.
Your Honor, I have some announcements whenever you are ready.
Go ahead, Ms. Hahn.
Okay, so I have got Miss Susan Crankshaw. She's going to plead no, or guilty to the DUI, and then to counts 2 and 3, those are going to be nolo, and then to count 4, it is a null pros.
Okay.
And then for Mr. Ellison, on the first case, the probation violation, he's going to stipulate and agree to the violations. And then he is going to plead guilty to the theft.
To the theft. Okay. And all right, and Gibbs.
And Ms. Gibbs is going to stipulate and agree to violations.
Okay. All right. And Ms. Hahn, is Mr. Jones your case or is he representing himself?
I don't have Mr. Jones.
Okay, he may be representing himself.
And then, Your Honor, and
Yes.
then I guess we're ready for Mr. Juarez to speak to the interpreter whenever they're ready.
Okay. So Miss Bermudez, I don't see her on yet. She is, I think, the only one here, and she's handling a bunch of people upstairs. So a bunch of courtrooms. So she'll be here as soon as she can. Mr. Kamani, is he still in the breakout room?
Yes, Your Honor, he is.
All right. Okay. So as soon as Mr. Kamani comes out of the breakout room, we'll start with the pleas, and then we'll give you all the opportunity to speak with the interpreter and your client.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jones? Mr. Paris Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Jones, let me see you. So, Mr. Jones, you're charged with speeding, 21 to 25 over. Do you wish to have an attorney represent you, or do you wish to represent yourself?
I represent myself.
Are you over 21, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I'm going to put you in a breakout room with one of the state's attorneys so that you all can discuss your case and to see what resolution you all can present for me to consider, okay? All right, Mr. Taylor or Ms. Janvier?
That would be me, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Taylor, I'll put you and Mr. Jones in breakout room number 4.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Taylor, you're already in breakout room number 4. I'm going to put Mr. Jones in breakout room number 4. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Yes, Ms. Hahn.
I just need to make a change for Allison's theft by taking. That's actually going to be NOLO instead of guilty. I apologize.
No problem.
That's it.
All right, so noted.
Thank you.
Hi. Your Honor, we're back from the conference with Mr. Jones, and we have a plea in that case, I believe.
All right, Mr. Jones, may I see you? Okay, what's the agreement?
Mr. Jones was going to enter a NOLO plea to the speeding charge.
All right, Mr. Jones, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
I do.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court for speeding 21 to 26 over, case number 25 over, case number 2020CR01743. By entering a plea of NOLO, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And sir, if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Here we go. On December 7th of 2019, Mr. Jones was observed traveling on State Road 55. That's Jonesboro Road near Rex Road in Clayton County. The officers recorded his speed as 64 miles per hour in a 40-mile-an-hour zone. The sentence recommendation is a $200 fine. However, that's to be suspended for time served. Mr. Jones was taken into custody at a later date on this.
All right. So, Mr. Jones, I'm going to accept your plea of NOLO. I'll sentence you to pay a fine in the amount of $200. The $200 will be suspended for credit for time served. And sir, you're free to go at this time. And I just ask that you slow down, please.
Yes, ma'am.
There is an outstanding bench warrant. I'll be submitting that bench warrant recall to you immediately.
Thank you. I was just about to ask about that. So Mr. Jones will be issuing a bench warrant set aside. Okay, so just make sure that you slow down, sir, because too many lives can be taken by driving too fast. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, sir. You're free to go at this time.
Thank you.
All right, and we'll just wait until the attorneys, Mr. Kamani comes out for his announcements.
Yeah, see, they got it live on YouTube.
Yeah, those are guys. So you want to go home, get it going?
Your Honor, I have some announcements.
No, they didn't have a break.
All right, Mr. Kamani. One
Yes,
second.
Your Honor.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so I am handling cases from Langford.
Mm-hmm.
Langford is stipulate and agree.
Yes.
McKelvey is stipulate and agree.
Okay.
Navarro is guilty.
Okay.
Pennington is nolo to count 1 and count 2 is no pros.
Okay.
Singleton is guilty to count 1 and nolo to counts 2 to 4. Spurgeon is nolo to counts 1 and 2.
All right. All right. I am ready on Crankshaw. Susan Crankshaw.
Your Honor, just really quickly for clarification, as far as the process, this recommendation for Crankshaw is a DUI court recommendation. Is that
Yes,
something you
ma'am.
need to? Okay, I just wanted to make sure we were, okay.
I kind of got that when I saw third. I still, the part that I have trouble remembering, because we don't do a whole lot of these, is Judge Spencer wants us to take the plea or to transfer first, then she'll take the plea. So that's my question. Do we ascertain that? Because I know at some point it goes from my calendar to her calendar, but I wanted to make sure that I was following what makes it her life easier.
Can I put this here? Who is this?
Susan Crankshaw.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
One moment, Ms. Crankshaw. So Ms. Hahn, did you have an idea about the transfer to DUI court, whether Judge Spencer, I know that, and like I said, I should remember, but we don't do a whole lot of these. So I know that there was an issue of whether Judge Spencer wants me to take the plea and then transfer, or whether it's easier for her to take the plea.
I'm not sure. I can find out though.
All right. So let's hold off on Ms. Crankshaw for the moment until I can figure that one out. Okay, so Ms. Crankshaw, just hold on a second. Can we have Ellison instead?
Your Honor, I do have a response from Chief Ponder.
Oh, hold on. We may be able to do Crankshaw. What does Chief Ponder say?
So she was just saying that you would take the plea, but the sentencing goes before.
That's what it is. Okay. So yeah, so I'll take the plea, but the sentencing goes before judge. All right. I will note on the record the recommendation, and then the sentencing will be scheduled before Judge Spencer on her next available calendar. Ms. Crankshaw, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
I do.
All right, you can put your hand down. So you're before the court on Susan Bobo Crankshaw, 2022 CR 05875 for DUI third offense. You're entering a plea of guilty. Following too close, open container count 3 and open container count 4, you're entering a plea of nolo. I'm sorry, counts 2 and 3, you're entering a plea of nolo. Following too close and open container, and then the last one, open container count 4, is going to be a no cost. By entering those pleas, ma'am, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And Ms. Crankshaw, if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
I believe so.
All right. So Ms. Crankshaw, you're represented by Attorney Hahn, who's here with you on the video. May I have the recommendation for what the sentencing will be? This case is going to be a drug court case. And so before we transfer to Judge Spencer, I want to put on the record what the recommendation is.
So for count 1, the DUI, let's say.
I'm sorry, you can go over the factual basis too. I just wanted to put the record.
Okay. All right. On October 26, 2022, an officer responded to a vehicle accident on West Fayetteville Road and Bethsaida Road in Clayton County. Upon the officer's arrival, they did observe Ms. Crankshaw swaying side to side and unsteady while attempting to enter her vehicle, the Chevrolet. Made contact with the victim, who explained that the car was coming out into the roadway and she was struck by driver 1. There were no reported injuries. Once the officer made contact with Ms. Crankshaw, Ms. Crankshaw was making several incoherent statements. When asked basic questions, the officer observed slow and slurred speech. She appeared confused and advised that she didn't know where she was. She was asked if she had consumed alcoholic beverages, denied drinking any alcoholic beverages. Once she was asked to exit the vehicle, the officer observed her stumbling. She attempted to get a hold of the officer's arm to maintain balance. She was unable to keep her balance. It was unsteady while standing. The officer did conduct an investigation or attempt to conduct an investigation to inquire if she would participate in a field sobriety test. At that time, she was still making incoherent statements and attempted to evade the question, and she refused the field sobriety test.
Okay. All right. Recommendation?
12 months of probation, 20 days to serve, or she may be able to do 10 weekends, $600 fine, 240 hours of community service, risk reduction program, $25 publishing fee, the ignition interlock device, substance abuse evaluation and any recommended treatment, no drugs or alcohol, random screening and testing, must comply with a DUI court. For the following too closely, 12 months probation to run concurrent with count 1. No drugs or alcohol, random screening in compliance with the DUI court. The open container is a $200 fine suspended, and this is for the state. And for the county open container, it is a no pros.
All right. Anything on behalf of your client, Ms. Hahn?
Yes, Your Honor. She has already done, I believe, 20 days. So we just asked that she gets credit for time served.
Okay, I'll let Judge Spencer decide that, because part of what she sentences might have something to do with what the protocol is with with DUI court. Ms. Crankshaw?
Yes.
So this is your
Yes, sir.
third DUI, ma'am. So it's clear to the court that you have a problem with alcohol. The DUI court is better able to deal with that and to provide services for you that might help you in your recovery. Ma'am, take those opportunities because at this point, you may want to latch on to the lifeline that's being thrown to you so that you've been fortunate up to this point because you haven't killed yourself or anyone else. But if you keep along this road, that's going to happen. And you need to make sure that we don't have a tragedy come out of this. I understand that alcoholism is a disease, but you're being given the lifeline to get treatment for it through the DUI court. And so I ask that you be open-minded and you take that opportunity, okay? All right.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
the recommendation has been put on the record. This case is going to be transferred to Judge Margaret Spencer's case as she oversees DUI court. And so the transfer will take place upon her next available calendar.
Additionally, Your Honor, there is the DUI court contract that Ms. Creekshaw does need to sign. I believe that was sent over, Ms. Khan, and the state will be submitting an order to modify her bond to include to reflect the changes.
Okay. All right. So we'll make sure we get that contract signed before Judge Spencer does her intake. All right, Ms. Crankshaw, you can go back with the sheriff's office, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I collect her information before she
I'm
goes
sorry.
back, please?
Yes, ma'am, Mrs. Thomas.
Thank you.
I apologize. So I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas, and when the jail comes back, then we'll go back to the next plea, which I believe will be Ellison at that time. So I'm going to put the jail in the breakout room number 6 with Mrs. Thomas.
Your Honor, I
Yes, Ms.
also
Khan.
just got an update for Mr. Ellison's recommendation. I just need to tell him one thing, probably take like 30 seconds.
Okay, as soon as Ms. Crankshaw comes out of the breakout room, we'll allow you to do that.
Thank you.
I'm back from the breakout room, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mrs. Thomas. All right, we're ready on Ellison.
Yeah, I have to speak with him just very quickly, just to update him.
Okay, the jail and Ms. Hahn can go into breakout room number 1, please. 1 second for the jail. All right. All right, jail and Ms. Hahn, breakout room number 1.
Mr. Ellison is ready.
Mr. Ellison, raise your right hand for me. Mr. Austin, do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony that you give in this matter will be true, Mr. Ellison? Mr. Austin? All right, so Mr. Ellison, you're before the court for 2022 CR 05735, the new case of theft by taking. You're also before the court on the probation revocation for 2021 CR 00405. You were before this court on September 20th of 2022 for DUI alcohol less safe. You received 12 months probation. You have 10 months and 12 days remaining. The probation department has presented that you violated criminal law with the new offense of theft by taking on or about October 17th, 2022, that you failed to avoid injurious and vicious habits, meaning that you tested positive for the metabolites of alcohol. And this was on October 3rd of 2022, you failed to report September 30th, 2022 for a test. You failed to report by mail on October 15th of 2022 as directed. You last reported on October 3rd of 2022. You failed to complete alcohol and drug evaluation, and you failed to complete risk reduction. Ms. Hahn?
Yes, Your Honor. For that charge, Mr. Ellison would like to stipulate an agree to violation.
Okay, and for the theft?
He would like to plead no.
All right, Mr. Ellison, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly, I already swore you. So you want to plead no to the theft by taking. By entering a plea of no, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And Mr. Ellison, if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir? Okay, so Mr. Ellison, it is my understanding from your attorney that you're entering a plea of no to theft by taking. You're also entering a stipulation and an agreement to the technical violations of the petition. For the plea of no, may I have for a plea of no, may I have a factual basis and recommendation for the theft by taking?
Yes, Your Honor. On October 21st of 2022, officers responded to a theft call at 4000 South Corporate Parkway. This is the address of O'Reilly's Auto Parts Distribution. There they met with Gwendolette Glass, loss prevention supervisor at the location, who stated that the defendant stole 2 hoses with value of $121.52. The incident was recorded on video, which she displayed to the officers. The recommended sentence for the theft of the hoses is 12 months to serve 30 days with the balance suspended upon staying away from the location of O'Reilly Auto Parts Distribution, and the payment of restitution of $121.52.
Okay. All right. What's the recommendation on the petition?
Your Honor, the recommendation from probation is 120 days to serve and close this case out.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor, we just ask that he gets credit for time served.
How much has he served already?
He's been there for about 30 days now, about 1 month.
Your Honor, I'm showing that he went into custody for the theft charge on October 21st. As today's November 22nd, he's been in custody 32 days.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Is this running concurrent with the theft case?
It was my understanding that it was, Your Honor.
Or has he received credit for time served for the theft? Because he's already, so the case is 30 days. He's already served 32 days. Is he receiving credit for time served?
On the theft, that's correct, Your Honor. I believe Mr. Austin may have other information regarding the violation of probation.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor, he can receive that credit towards the 120 days, yes.
Okay. All right, so I have that Mr. Ellison on the theft case ending in 05735 will receive a sentence of 12 months to serve 30 days, credit for time served, balance suspended, as long as he has no new violations of the laws of Georgia. And he's also to not return to the incident location, and he'll pay restitution in the amount of $121.52. The restitution will be paid within 60 days of his release from jail.
Judge Hayward,
Yes, ma'am.
who will he be paying the restitution to?
All right, Mr. Taylor, can we have that again?
Yes, Your Honor. The victim in the case is O'Reilly's Auto Parts Distribution. The address is 4000 South Corporate Parkway, Forest Park, Georgia. I believe the restitution should probably be sent to in care of Gwendolette Glass, who is the loss prevention supervisor at that location. The payment, if it's sent by check, would probably be made out to O'Reilly Auto Parts. Gwendolette is spelled Gwendolette, Glass, common spelling.
All right, Ms. Brenda, did you need anything else?
Just it, so is the check going to go to the solicitor's office or traffic?
The check, I think, should be distributed directly to the victim, O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Yeah.
So he's going to send it to them?
Good point, Ms. Brenda. So he has to pay the money to somebody in
Right.
order for, okay.
Certainly. I mean, Ms. Glass is the loss prevention supervisor. She's the one that filed the original complaint. Or
No, I think the problem is not who we pay it to, it's how it gets paid and transmitted. So generally, if he's on probation, then he will pay it through probation and probation will transmit it to Ms. Glass. The issue here is his sentence for the theft has been
to be suspended.
right. And I don't want to put him on probation just to pay that.
I understand, Your Honor. I'm not sure what mechanism the appropriate mechanism to distribute the payment. He is, per part of the sentence, is to stay away from that location.
Right.
Excuse me.
All right, so we have a Miss Ellison on the call who I think wants to have a say in this. Miss Ellison, may I see you, please?
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon. Miss Ellison, how are you related to Mr. Ellison?
I'm his daughter.
Okay, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, Judge.
All right. So, Miss Ellison, did you have something that you wanted to say with respect to your father's sentencing?
Yes, Mom. I was just wondering if I was able to take the check up to the job.
Okay. Does anybody have any objection to Miss Ellison facilitating the payment?
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
All right. So, Miss Ellison, no objection. Your father has a sentencing sheet. If you need the information about where and how to send it, the anticipation is that the payment will be made, I guess, once your father's out of jail. But if you want to make it on his behalf earlier than that, just you can get a copy of his sentencing sheet from the clerk's office.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Are you local?
Yes, ma'am. I'm in Clayton County.
Oh, I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm not on video. Okay, so then you can come down to 9151 Terra Boulevard to the first floor in the state court clerk's office, and you can get a copy of the sentencing sheet from Mr. Ellison, and that'll have all of that information on there for you. Did you have any other questions, ma'am? Okay, I hope you feel better. It sounds like you lost your voice. All right, so Mr. Ellison. So Mr. Ellison, I believe from what I have gleaned from you, from the times that you've been before me, I think you might have a substance abuse issue. You have an issue with alcohol. And sir, that's a medical issue. So there's no shame in it, but I do need you to understand that you're gonna need, once you get out, you're gonna need to associate with some organization to allow you to get treatment for what is going on. So AA, NA, one of those organizations to assist you in your sobriety journey. Do you understand? Because stealing hoses from a business, that is driven by a substance. That's not something somebody in their right mind is going to think to do. Okay? And you have a daughter who's willing to assist you, and she's here supporting you. And so don't disappoint her by not doing what is necessary to get yourself back on track. Okay? Alcoholism is a hard medical issue to have, because there's so many ways that it can attack you, and it's so hard to overcome it. But if you have family support, and there are organizations that specialize in working with individuals who have substance abuse issues. So I would just suggest that after you get out of jail, you'll no longer be under the court supervision, but I do ask that you get some treatment and through AA or NA or any other organization that you can find that can assist you. Are you a veteran? Have you served in the military, sir?
No.
Okay, all right. So, all right then.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
I'm His Sister Sabrina.
Okay, Miss Sabrina. I'm going to accept your plea. Once you've served the 120 days, 121 days with credit since lockup, then you'll be released on the DUI case. You'll also be released on the theft by taking case because you have credit for time served and the balance is suspended. You'll be released on that case as soon as the $121.52 is paid. Okay? All right. You can go back with the sheriff's office. Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, Judge Hayward.
Yes, ma'am.
You can hold on for a second.
No problem.
I just confirmed with Tiki, just to keep track of the restitution, he could pay it to traffic as long as you gave him some time to pay.
Okay. All right. So, Miss Ellison, instead of taking it up to the job, you can pay it to the traffic court. I gave him 60 days, so you can pay it to the traffic court here at Clayton County, and you don't have to go all the way up to the job. All right. If you just give the money to the traffic court, they'll address it and send it out as necessary. And that you can bring that into the second floor of 9151 Terra Boulevard. All right. Miss Sabrina, did you get that information?
Yes, traffic court, and he got 60 days. She can go to Clayton County.
Yes, ma'am. So that'll be easier for her instead of her. And I know her voice is kind of sore. So that'll be easier for her to do instead of having to track the people down and address it all to them.
Can I make a statement real quick? I just want my brother to know that his sister, Vonda, and I, and his nieces, Virginia and Barbara, we're all on the line and we miss him.
All right. So, Mr. Ellison, you got way more family support than you probably even know. And I'm seeing all of these names on this call. They want you to get well. They want you to do better. And so you have this support. Don't disappoint these women who are standing in the gap for you, okay?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for supporting Mr. Ellison. All right, so you all are free to go at this time.
Okay.
You're welcome. All right, so next is, oh shoot, what did I just do? I just did something. I don't know. Hopefully I can get it back. If somebody doesn't get it, something, let me know. I think I just sent an announcement somewhere, but that's okay. But if I don't sign something that you expect to have signed, call me and let me know. I may have moved it. All right. So Mr. Ellison's cases are taken care of. The next case is Dara Gibbs. Is Miss Gibbs here? Yes. Hello. Hi, Miss Gibbs. I'm looking for the petition for you. Hold on. All right, so Miss Gibbs,
Yes, ma'am.
You're before the court on State of Georgia versus Dara C. Gibbs, case 2015 CR 06812. It says petition for adjudication of guilt and imposition of sentence in a first offender case. You were before this court on the 12th day of September 2016. Oh, that was my first few months on the bench. And you were sentenced to 12 months on probation under the First Offender Act, and you had 5 months and 4 days remaining on probation. Your sentence was tolled because we lost track of you, because it said that you failed to report as instructed on February 9th, 2017, February 23rd of 2017, March 21st of 2017 for a scheduled revocation hearing. You last reported on March 21st of 2017. You failed to complete an anger management course. You have documented 0 sessions for your anger management. You failed to pay and you owe $1,032. All right, Ms. Hahn, anything on behalf of Ms. Gibbs?
No, Your Honor, she was just like to stipulate and agree, but yeah, that's it, Your Honor.
So Ms. Gibbs, what was going on, ma'am? Why couldn't you finish your probation revocation? I mean, your probation requirements?
I finished the drug classes. I just didn't get my certificate from the people. But I'm sorry.
Well, see, you don't actually finish because you're required to not only take the class, but present proof of having completed all of the things that I asked you to do to probation. If you don't present proof, then I can't help you.
I understand. But what I'm like with the probation, I left from Georgia. I didn't live in Georgia I haven't lived in Georgia. I just got back here like a year or two ago.
And no, you never thought to say to whoever your probation officer was, hey, I can't make a living in Georgia, or I have family obligations somewhere else and I need to leave.
I let her know that. And she told me that I needed to come back in front of you guys and tell y'all that. And I couldn't come back and forth from Colorado to Georgia anymore. I didn't have the money. I was sending money
left by the time you told them.
I was sending money. Yes, I had already been gone. I had told them that I told her that before I had left. I was like, I'm leaving Georgia. I can't make a living here. My mom has cancer, so I'm taking care of her while I'm in Colorado. Like, I don't know what else to do. Like, and she told me that I needed to come back in front of you guys and tell y'all that that wasn't an option for me at the time. I didn't have the money. I didn't have the money at the time.
Mr. Austin, recommendation in this case?
The recommendation, ma'am, was 30 days to serve, created since the day of lockup. And due to her not completing all her required recommendations, she was to lose her first offender due.
Okay. All right, Ms. Hahn, anything on behalf of Ms. Gibbs?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, has Ms. Gibbs served any time already?
Yes, Your Honor, Ms. Gibbs, I believe, has served about 10 days.
Okay, so Ms. Gibbs, I understand that things are hard, and at that time it may have been especially difficult, but the best thing to do is, you said you told your probation officer before you left, but you understand that you got to keep communicating with us, because if you leave without the court having made the changes, the necessary changes on your sentencing, then this is going to happen. You come all the way back here only to get arrested for something that's really old. Okay?
Right.
All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
All right, so Ms. Gibbs, I'm going to give you credit since the date of lockup. You're going to serve 30 days as a revocation. Once you serve the 30 days with the credit since the date of lockup, then your case will be closed. Do you understand, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and just for the future, you always have to comply with whatever the requirements are for a court sentence. So you don't want to ever disappear and not have the court know where you are, because otherwise what could have been worked out with respect to your mother's illness and your inability to earn a living here then turns into a jail sentence. So let's try to avoid that in the future, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you gotten a job here?
I'm pretty sure I don't have it anymore.
Where were you working?
It's a salad place called Sweet Green.
Okay.
All right. In Midtown.
So there's a lot of restaurants that are looking for help, especially this time of year. So hopefully you'll be able to get another job pretty quickly, okay?
Hope so.
All right.
Your
All
Honor,
right. Yes, sir.
for the first offender discharge, you're gonna allow her to keep.
Okay. All right. All right. So ma'am, you'll be able to keep your first offender discharge per the recommendation for per the recommendation from department. Okay.
Okay. I hit my first one.
Y'all need to done, Ms. Gibbs?
Yes.
One for time I can use. Okay, who's in the door? Orders. You want to go?
Oh, I'm in part two. Yeah, I'm in part.
All right, Mr. Austin, I'm sending this back to you. If you could distribute it to whoever else needs to get it, because you're the only person on here, and I want to make sure it gets to you.
Yes, Donna, thank you.
You're welcome. Yes.
I just wanted to check in with you.
I see you, Ms. Bermudez. I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with the Ms. Han, I believe it is, and Mr. Pacheco. Is there anybody else who needed the assistance of an interpreter? That was the only one. All right, so we'll go ahead and do that because I know that there are other courtrooms running. We're trying to, this is the week where we try and let the captives free so they can spend time at home with their loved ones. And I know that's my intention, and it is also the intention of other judges. So let me go ahead and put the jail and Ms. Han and Mr. Kamani, y'all are all in breakout room number 1. I'm going to add Ms. Bermudez, and if you would prioritize that case, and once you all come back, we'll finish the rest of the cases, okay? All right.
Yeah. Thank you, Judge.
Breakout room number 1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You done?
Deputy?
Deputy Dunbar, you can go into the courtroom, into the breakout room. I think it's breakout room number 1.
Yes,
Just
ma'am.
briefly for the interpreter.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we have an announcement for Mr. Juarez Pacheco. Your Honor, Mr. Juarez Pacheco would like to plead not guilty.
All right. Mr. Pacheco's not guilty plea is being registered. Mr. Pacheco can go back with the sheriff's office. Do we need Ms. Bermudez any longer?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bermudez.
Thank you, Judge.
All
Have
right.
a good day.
You too. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
All right, so Ms. Hahn, we should be ready to move forward. Everybody else has an announcement. So if you could ask Mr. Kamani in the jail to come out of the breakout room. This is Mr. Pacheco. He's entered a not guilty, and you can take him back to holding.
Who's that, Your Honor?
Mr. Pacheco has entered a not. He's entered a not. Mr. Juarez Pacheco. He's entered a not guilty.
Yeah. Okay. So you done with him?
Yes,
You go back
sir.
to-
Yes.
To your housing unit. Okay. This is the house? Go to your housing unit.
All right, ma'am, who you need next?
Langford.
Okay. Oh, let's go right there. Wait. Oh. Yeah. I'm ready, right there. Step on that star.
Mr. Langford, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true. All right, you can put your hand down. Mr. Langford, you're before the court on 2019 CR 05399. You were State of Georgia versus Alexis Terrell Langford for DUI, alcohol per se, or on 18th of October 2022. You were sentenced to 12 months on probation, and it says that you failed to avoid injurious and vicious habits, that you've tested positive for cocaine on October 24th of 2022 while at probation services. All right, Mr. Kamani, anything on behalf of Mr. Langford?
No, we stipulate and agree to the technicals.
All right. What's recommendation for probation?
Your Honor, it's credit for time served, going forward, Mr. Langford will be drug screening every report, and he's to attend 2 AA or NA meetings per week.
All right. So, Mr. Langford,
My name is Matthew McKelvey, not Mr. Langford.
I asked you was your name Langford, man.
No,
I asked you was your name Langford.
I got the wrong color. I got the wrong color.
I just asked you. I asked who name Langford. I said, and he just said, no, sit down. Oh, let's go.
Sorry about that, ma'am.
okay. Mr. Langford, can you hear
Yes,
me?
ma'am.
Are
Yes,
you
ma'am.
Are you Alexis Langford?
Yes, ma'am.
Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down, sir. Mr. Langford, you're before the court on State of Georgia versus Alexis Terrell Langford, 2019 CR 05399. You were before this court on October 18th of 2022 for DUI alcohol per se, and you were sentenced to 12 months on probation. You have 11 months and 5 days remaining, and it's alleged that you have tested positive for cocaine. And you're represented by Mr. Kamani. Mr. Kamani, and your client wishes to stipulate to the technicals in this case.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And what's the recommendation from probation?
Your Honor, it is for the defendant to receive credit on time served and going forward, drug screen every report and to attend 2 AA or NA meetings per week.
All right. So, Mr. Langford, seems you have a substance abuse problem, sir. First, you were here before DUI. Now, you're here for cocaine. So have you been in recovery before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what programs have you used?
Well, with Charter Peace, that was back in the 80s, though. I mean,
All right. Have you had any recent issues in life, lost any people that kind of got you back into the, or have you been using the whole time?
nah, man, I lost my mother and my sister this year. I lost my mother about 2 years ago. I lost my sister this year.
All right, grief can really get you off track on your recovery. So I'm going to accept your agreement to the technicals, your stipulation to the technicals, and you'll receive credit for time served and return to probation.
And what was the technical?
The technical is the violation of testing positive for cocaine.
Okay.
And you're going to test at each report, and you're to attend 2 Alcoholics Anonymous or Narcotics Anonymous meetings per week and show proof of having attended, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Have you been to NA or AA before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Did you have any questions for me?
Yeah, can I ask one thing? I'm up in DeKalb County. Y'all done suspended my license. It take me 2-3 hours to get down here on the bus. I don't have no way to get, anyway, I can get transferred to DeKalb County or anything like that. If the bus system come out here, I have to go all the way to downtown Atlanta and then ride a bus like an hour and a half down here. And hey, it take me 2-3 hours just to get down here.
I'm going to tell you, I don't know how technically that works. Transferring you to another county. Mr. Austin, tell me, is there a way he can test in the cab, or does he have to come here?
No, with misdemeanor probation, we have to have them here. We don't have any contacts with the other probation officers in other counties.
Okay.
So usually if someone's out of town, we'll have them report by phone or mail-in report. But because he has to do the drug screen, so you'll have to
drug screen.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and when do I report again?
Miss Menard will reach out to you for your next report date.
Mr. Who?
Miss Bernard, your probation officer. Miss Knox.
I thought it was Miss Knox.
Ms. Knox.
Well, okay, do I call her or do she call me?
She'll contact you, sir.
All right.
I mean,
go ahead.
They call me. How do I supposed to work and do all this at one time?
Well, Mr. Langford, I get that you're frustrated, but imagine how frustrated I am to know that you had a DUI and then you went back and used, and so now we're having to bring you back in for that. I understand you have a medical condition. Addiction is a medical condition, but it can be managed, and you're the only person who can manage it. And when you fail to manage it, I'm sorry, I'm fussing at you and you can't even see me fussing. When you fail to manage it, then the consequences are yours. So I would much rather you take the bus in here and get tested than to have to worry about whether you're gonna be under the influence of cocaine or alcohol and hurt someone by driving or doing something else that you're not supposed to do. We clear?
I understand.
Okay.
So, how is she gonna get in touch with me? She gonna call me on my phone or what?
Yes. Has anything changed about your number?
No, ma'am. I just making sure she got it. I didn't know she was gonna send it by mail because we had a problem with me getting, because I was fighting this case and and y'all say y'all sent me a letter to come to court and I never received that letter.
Okay, but we've resolved that since then, haven't we?
Yeah, y'all just said y'all resolved it. I mean, I'm good. I'm just making sure she got a way to get in touch with me.
Okay. Well, I don't have any indication from Miss Menard that she cannot reach you. Okay, but we'll make sure. And when you provide your information at exit from the jail, then that information will be on file. Okay.
Okay. So when do I get released?
Now that I can't tell you for sure, and the only reason is I don't mess with the jail with trying to tell someone when they'll get released or not get released, because the jail has their own rules and timing issues. So when it comes to the jail, what I will rely on is that I'm sending over the order. The jail will have the information that they need to release you, and they'll release you as soon as they can based on their protocols. Okay. So I don't control releases.
So I got to go to two AA meetings a week, right?
Yes, sir.
Or would I get the form to fill out saying I went?
Well, if Miss Menard doesn't provide it to you, then you can have someone sign it at your AA meeting, whoever is leading the meeting.
When would them 2 weeks start? I mean, 2 times a week, not this week, right?
As soon as you return to probation. What you trying to avoid on the, meetings are all over and everywhere and every day. They're in walking distance pretty much of everybody. So are you trying to avoid going, or what's this negotiation? Huh?
I'm just making sure we was on the same page. When do I
hope we are, sir. I really hope we are, because
this account. That's what I was asking.
Okay, so once you get released, you should probably attend your first AA meeting or NA meeting.
All right. Do they have them at nighttime or in the morning?
My understanding is the beauty of the AA and NA process is that they have them all the time. They have them morning, they have them night, they have them during the middle of the day. Just have to find your meeting.
All right. How long do this last? The whole entire probation?
Yes, sir.
Does AA meeting last the whole entire probation?
Yes, sir.
Monica, are you done with him? Right. You ready to go back?
Thank you, Mr. Langford.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No problem. All right. So now we can bring Mr. McKelvey. Mr. McKelvey? Mr. Matthew McKelvey? Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true. All right, Mr. McKelvey, you can put your hand down. So, Mr. McKelvey, you're before the court on case 2022 CR 00826, State of Georgia versus Matthew McKelvey for petition for revocation of probation. You were before this court on a battery family violence case on the 28th day of April of 2022. You were sentenced to 12 months on probation with conditions. You have 6 months and 28 days remaining. Your sentence was told because we lost track of you when you failed to report. You failed to report on June 15th, June 30th, July 11th, July 15th of 2022, and within 10 days of July 25th as directed. You last reported on June 7th of 2022. You failed to comply with counseling. You haven't shown any proof of enrolling or participating in the Family Violence Intervention Program. You failed to document completion of 40 hours of community service, and you failed to pay. Mr. Kamani, on behalf of Mr. McKelvey, what is your
Your Honor, we stipulate and agree to the technicals.
all right. Mr. McKelvey, your attorney is stipulating on your behalf to the technicals, meaning that he is telling the court that you did fail to report. What was going on, Mr. McKelvey? Why couldn't you do what I asked you to do?
Well, Your Honor, due to the circumstances, when they told me I couldn't go back to my home, I don't have no other family here, so I was homeless in the street until that period of time.
Well, where are you now?
I'm at the jail here. I have an address that I could use for mailing, but I don't reside there. I reside in the street.
Okay. All right, what's the recommendation from the probation?
Probation, recommendation is 30 days to serve and close the case, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor?
Yes.
He's been in custody since 14th November. So if he can get credit from the date of lockup.
Sure.
Thank you.
Problem. All right, so sir, I'm going to give you credit since lockup, since the 14th of November. You'll serve 30 days. You'll have 30 days revoked. And once at the end of the 30 days, this case will be closed. You have questions?
None whatsoever, Your Honor.
All right, so sir, I'm going to accept your stipulation. You're going to serve 30 days with credit since lockup. After serving 30 days, this case shall be closed, okay?
Right.
All right, sir. You can go back with the sheriff's office.
Thank you.
All right, now who you need next, Judge?
All right, was it Navarre? Hold on one second.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. right, may I have Navarro Minihivar?
Mr. Mavar?
Or 2 minutes away.
All right,
Hello?
Jonathan Navarro
Hi.
Minivar. Hi,
Yeah.
raise your right hand for me. Raise your right hand for me, sir.
Right hand.
That's right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give shall be true?
Yes.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Mr. Kamani, are you representing Mr. Nabar Minihar?
Yes, Your Honor.
So Mr. Navarro Minivar, you're before the court for no license. You're entering a plea of guilty. By entering a plea of guilty, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir? Okay, you're shaking your head no. Did you have a question for me?
Yeah, about immigration status, something about that.
Okay, so your case is a no license case. So I can't be positive about the effect on your immigration status. I do have to tell you that a plea of guilty or no contest could affect your immigration status, but a no license offense usually is not one of those offenses that causes you to be in jeopardy with immigration. Mr. Kamani, did you have anything to add to that?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Yes, sir.
So, Ms. Janvier, did you have a factual basis and recommendation, please?
Yes, Your Honor. On April 18th, 2022, at an intersection of Dorsey Road and Sterling Ridge Drive in Riverdale, Georgia of Clayton County, while performing a road safety check, an officer came in contact with the vehicle being operated by Mr. Navarro. At that time, Mr. Navarro was asked to produce his driver's license. He stated he did not have one, Your Honor. There was a GCIC, NCIC check, which showed that his license expired January 15th of 2017. Your Honor, this is a second in 5. Mr. Navarro had a no license October 16th of 2019. So the state is recommending a $1,000 fine, 12 months to serve 10 days, Your Honor.
All right. Has he served the 10 days?
No, we'll have to double check. Is the initially not
He's been in custody since November 4th. So.
Okay, so he served the 10 days?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and for the $1,000, which is going to be $1,420 with the surcharges, how much time will he need to pay, or will he need to be on probation?
Your Honor, he wants to be on pay-only probation.
All right. So, sir, I'm going to put you into the breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. Mrs. Thomas is our probation expert, and she's going to explain everything you need to know about probation. Sir, please don't drive again until you get your license reinstated, okay?
Okay. Maybe
All
I
right.
can pay this.
Hold on, I'm going to put you in the breakout room with Mrs. Thomas, and she's going to explain how you'll have 12 months in which to pay, okay? All right, so the jail is going to breakout room number 6 with Mrs. Thomas, and when you come back, we'll finish the last 3. All right, sir, did you have any questions?
Yes, if I'm going out today for my payment.
It's my understanding that you'll be going home today.
Yeah.
She said,
Yes.
Yeah, I just have
Yes.
one.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, somebody steal my money from this for go home. He did at night because the person who care at night, he opened the line, the
That's a
telephone
jail
line.
issue. That's a jail issue.
Okay, yeah, you got to talk to them about that at the jail, okay? In jail property. I don't have anything to do with the jail.
Okay, that's
Okay.
it. Question.
Yes. All right.
So call that as soon as you get out.
Okay.
All right.
All right, you're free to go. You're free to go back with the sheriff's officer. May I have
Okay, thank
Pendleton, please? Thank you, sir.
Judge Hayward,
Yes,
I sent you a message.
I'm sorry. Mr. Kamani.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Navarro has a pending case that just popped up on the calendar yesterday at 5:09. So it's too late to place on this calendar, but it's a CR, it's 2022 CR 06273. We can put him back on the calendar for next week.
All right, yeah.
All right, so we'll put him on for next week, Miss Brenda. I mean, Miss Melissa.
What was that, Your Honor, that you said?
Thank you, Judge.
No, that we're good. Pendleton? Anthony
Yeah, I
Pendleton? I'm good, sir. Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Mr. Pendleton, you're before the court on 2022 CR 05885 for criminal trespass and loitering or prowling. You're represented by Mr. Kamani. Mr. Kamani has indicated you're entering a plea of no load to count one. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On November 2nd, 2022, an officer responded to the Enterprise rental car located at 7407 Davidson Circle West in Stockbridge, Georgia of Clayton County, where he made contact with Mr. Pendleton. At that time, Mr. Pendleton had been asked to leave the property, but refused. When the officer asked why he had not left, Mr. Pendleton advised that he wasn't doing anything wrong. He was asked to leave again and refused. At that point, the officer placed Mr. Pendleton under arrest for a criminal trespass. The state is recommending for count one, 12 months probation, a $300 fine, 40 hours of community service, and a do not return to 7407 Davidson Circle West, Stockbridge, Georgia. And count two would be no for us, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Kamani, anything else on behalf of Mr. Pendleton?
Your Honor, if probation can terminate upon completion.
Any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Pendleton, I will accept your plea. I'll sentence you to 12 months probation. $300 fine is going to be $444 with the surcharges, 40 hours of community service, and you're not to go back to that incident location. Upon payment of the fines, and fees and doing the 40 hours of community service, your probation can be suspended as long as you do not go back to that location, okay? I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. Mrs. Thomas is going to explain everything that you need to know about probation. Ask her any questions that you might have regarding your situation, okay?
Be able to get out today?
If nothing else is holding you. All right, hold on just a second. The jail is going back into the breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. The jail can go into the breakout room 6 with Mrs. Thomas for probation.
Breakout room. Yeah, breakout room. Breakout room.
6.
I'm back from the breakout room, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Thomas. All right, Mr. Pendleton, did you have any other questions for me?
No, ma'am.
All right, you can go back with the sheriff. Singleton and Spurgeon are the last two.
Your house. Come on, man. Step on the star. Talk to the lady. Talk to the judge.
Mr. Singleton? Are you Mr. Singleton?
No,
You're Mr. Spurgeon?
no, Mr. Singleton.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Your voice is so deep, I couldn't hear you. So, Mr. Singleton, you're before the court on 2019 CR 04969, Christopher Singleton, driving under the influence, count 1, following too close, count 2, failure to make, I'm not sure what that is, count 3, but we'll clear it up, and driving on a suspended or revoked license, count 4. Mr. Kamani, what does your client plead to the offenses before the court? It's my understanding you have a guilty to count 1 and 2 through 4 are nolo.
That's right, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Singleton, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Well,
All right. You can put your hand down. By entering a plea of guilty to count 1 and nolo to counts 2 through 4, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And sir, if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
well,
All right, factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On September 21st, 2017, an officer was dispatched to South Lake Parkway in Clayton County, Georgia, for a vehicle collision where the officer made contact with Mr. Singleton and determined that his license was suspended. Additionally, the officer determined that Mr. Singleton was at fault for the collision and was cited for following too closely. It was also determined that Mr. Singleton was operating the motor vehicle under the influence and was additionally cited for a failure to report accident. Your Honor, the state is recommending for the count 1, $1,000 fine, 12 months to serve 45 days, the balance to be probated, DUI, risk reduction program, no drug or alcohol, random screening and testing, 40 hours of community service, substance and abuse evaluation and treatment for the following too closely, a $100 fine, Your Honor. For the driving with the license suspended, $500, that fine be suspended, Your Honor. And for the failure to report, $500 suspended as well, Your Honor.
All right. So what this is what I heard, guilty to count 1, 12 months to serve 45 days, balance probated to pay a fine in the amount of $1,000 to do a substance abuse evaluation and any treatment that may be ordered, a risk reduction class, and a no alcohol or illicit drugs and random screens for alcohol or illicit drugs and 40 hours of community service. On count 2, a $100 fine that will run concurrent with count 1. That'll be $151.50 with the surcharges. On counts 3 and 4, a $500 fine each. Both of those $500 fines are suspended. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So Mr. Singleton, Mr. Kamani, did you have anything before I put Mr. Singleton in with the breakout room?
Yes, Your Honor. So he's been in, he served 8 days out of the 45 days. So if you can give him credit since the date of lockup.
Yes, the court will give you credit for since lockup, but you'll complete the remainder of the sentence in jail. So, Mr. Singleton, you had an accident while under the influence. You could have killed yourself or killed somebody. Do you have children?
Oh, I got one.
Okay. Do you want somebody driving on the road like that with your child out there in the world?
Well,
Okay,
that's
so
not
think
what-
about that. The next time you decide to drink, which will be 12 months from now, because you can't drink while you're on my probation. But the next time you decide to raise an alcoholic beverage to your lips, you think about what it would mean to you if somebody stepped up on your porch, knocked on your door, and told you a drunk driver killed your child. Think about that. All right, so I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. Once you're finished with the conversation with Mrs. Thomas, then the jail will come back and we'll complete the remainder. All right?
Well,
All right, you can go to the breakout room with Mrs. Thomas.
I'm back from the breakout room. Your
Thank you, Mrs. Thomas. Mr. Singleton, you can go back with the sheriffs. We'll take Spurgeon.
Just like that. Census dot Menard at Clayton County, GA dot. Okay? It's not print, it's princess. All right, so, yes, you got, if you don't got the right spelling and everything, you gotta email her first. You don't say email and call, but you gotta email her. For 24 hours till you get it.
No, why you put them in the
Yeah.
They give me sandwiches, you know, I explained it to you already. How many sandwiches like Ramsey, walk in that.
Mr. Spurgeon,
Yes, ma'am.
raise your right hand.
I can.
Oh, all right. Mr. Spurgeon, do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am. That's all I ever do.
All right. So, Mr. Spurgeon, you're before the court for criminal trespass and obstructing an officer. You're Roderick Neal Spurgeon, and this is case 2022 CR 05889. You are Mr. Roderick Neal Spurgeon, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, sir, your attorney has indicated you're entering a plea of nolo to counts 1 and 2. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir? All right. Can I hear you? Did you speak?
I don't know if it's, I don't know.
Okay, there you are. I hear you now. Sometimes there's a delay, and I just want to make sure. Ms. Janvier?
Yes, Your Honor. On November 1st, 2022, an officer responded to Highway 138, the Planet Fitness in Clayton County, Georgia. In reference to a disturbance, the officer made contact with the employee who advised there was a male in the locker room who did not have a membership and had refused to leave. The officer then proceeded to make contact with Mr. Spurgeon. Levy asked Mr. Spurgeon to why he was there. Just Mr. Spurgeon just kept asking him. He was in the shower, kept asking him to get away from the stall. The officer continued to ask Mr. Spurgeon to put on his clothes so that he could leave. Mr. Spurgeon refused. At that point, the officer advised that he was under arrest. The state is recommending 12 months probation, a $300 fine, 40 hours of community service, and a do not return to the Planet Fitness 3885 Highway 138. Additionally, for the obstruction of the officer is a $300 fine, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Kamani?
Your Honor, if probation can terminate upon completion.
Any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Spurgeon, what was going on, sir? Did you have housing issues that you were in there taking a shower?
No, I don't. Well, let me explain who I am. My name is Mr. Apostle Rod Spurgeon. I go to Free Life Church, Canton Jones Church on Stockbridge Road, the gospel singer. Okay. I'm one of his. I'm his right hand security. I am a prayer warrior at that church. Really the only one there. I was homeless, and I came to Stockbridge. I came to Stockbridge just to go to his church to assist him. I've been there for like 2 weeks, just going back and forth
to the church, and had no really nowhere to stay because I don't have I got one now, but I needed a physical ID in order to get in the hotel because they don't take, people who don't got no ID to get in the hotel.
Right.
I got two bank accounts, a Fifth Third Bank and a Bank of America account, which I've opened up both in Charlotte, where I'm from.
Okay.
When I came
Well,
to
sir,
the church,
you don't have to tell me anymore. That's all I needed to know. I just needed to know whether there was an issue, whether I needed to help you with some services or anything. But it seems like you've resolved that. All right. So, sir, I'm going to accept your plea on count one, sentence you to 12 months probation to pay a fine in the amount of $300. It'll be $444 with the surcharges on count and 40 hours of community service. And you're not to go back to Planet Fitness during the course of your sentence. And on the second charge, it's a $300 fine for obstruction. That'll be $444. I'll run that concurrent with count one so that you'll have 12 months to pay the fines and fees and do the 40 hours of community service. But if you get them done early, then your probation can suspend as long as you do not go back to the Planet Fitness for the remainder of the sentence, okay? All right, so the next thing I'm going to do, sir, is put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. She's just going to get your information for probation so that they can get you set up, okay? All right. Okay. Not sure what was going on there. All right, so Mr. Kamani, did you have concerns about Mr. Spurgeon, or do you believe he's able to, he's competent enough for this plea?
Yes, Your Honor, he's competent. He understands where he is. He understands what he's charged with. And he was able to assist me with.
Okay, it did appear so. I mean, he was just telling me about his church, and Canton Jones is a minister slash musician, so I have heard of him before. So, and I do believe he has a church here somewhere in Georgia. All right, so we'll wait for Miss Thomas to return, ladies and gentlemen, and we are going to be signing everything that was sent to me. Please have a great Thanksgiving, and I will see you as soon as Mrs. Thomas is back. We'll release everybody, but I will see you back here next week. Safe travels for anyone who is traveling, and we look forward to seeing you back here when you return. Okay.
Your Honor, would it be okay to go back over the calendar? Because I think I just missed a few while I was out in the breakout.
Sure, Ms. Janvier, no problem. So Mr. Cantrell was a plea. Crankshaw was a plea, but it's going to be a sentence in DUI court. Ellison was a stip and agree to the petition and a plea of nolo. Gibbs was a stip and agree to the petition. Eisen is on loan. Pacheco was a not guilty after he did have the assistance of the interpreter. Lane is out to bond. Langford is a stip and agree. McKelvey, stip and agree on the petition. Mr. Navarro is a plea. Pendleton, plea. Rice, plea. Singleton, plea. And Spurgeon, plea. On the arraignment calendar, Jones did appear, so he did, the bench warrant should be set aside if we had one on Jones. He was a plea. Senior was a plea and a bench warrant set aside. Triplet, we're putting that in abeyance until we get a report. Valdez was a plea.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. And we'll be back in a moment.
Sure.
I'm back from the breakout room, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Spurgeon, can you go back with the sheriff's office? Any questions? All
Yes,
right,
ma'am.
yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Spurgeon, it's probably gonna be best if you speak with your probation officer, and if they can't answer your questions, you can speak back with your attorney, okay?
All right, Your Honor. Thank you. Have a great day.
All right, thank you all. I appreciate you more than you know and the work that you do. Have a great Thanksgiving.
Have a good holiday, Your Honor.
All righty.
Thank you, Your Honor.